Good afternoon. Let me try again. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue our playthrough of the Rebirth mod for the Talos Principle. Now, first of all, apologies for the stream being 10 minutes late. I updated my system yesterday, and for some reason I didn't think to check to make sure that all my streaming setup worked properly. Everything else seemed to work, so I just assumed it would work. I was wrong. So just as I was about to go live, I realised that certain things weren't working properly. I seem to have resolved that now, but if you have any audio or graphical problems while watching this stream, do let me know and I will try to address that as soon as I can. With that said, we're returning to the puzzle where we left off, Trust Exercise, and I believe I solved it between streams, as often seems to be the way. So with that said, I will walk you through what I think the solution is. First things first, let's make sure we collect the broken connector, because it turns out that is actually a necessary part of the solution. Now, the solution begins with an observation that it's possible to have a connector that's connected to both destination points and both sources, and if we block the blue beam, then it will cause the red destination point to charge, and if we block the red beam, it will cause the blue destination point to be charged. The next logical question is, okay, how would I do that remotely? And the answer is, of course, well, you can use another connector. You can use another connector to cause the beams to interfere, and that allows you to remotely manipulate which of the two beams makes it through. I'm pretty sure I had got at least that far last time. Also, I think last time I noted the fact that you could of course have one connector that is connected up to both the red and the blue, and then depending upon where you position it, you can control which beam makes it to the destination. And crucially, because it's connected up to both the red and the blue at the same time, we can use the Alt U's to move it about. So for example, I could place it here if I wanted, and it would still work. Now if this were a simpler puzzle, that would be it. That would be the solution. We would just take the connector in there and we'd be done. But there's a catch. Let me just, to illustrate the point, let me just connect up the red again. Note where the red connector is. Sorry, not the red connector, the red destination point. Note where the red destination point is. It's between two pillars. There's a section of wall in the middle, which is higher than the wall on either of the two sides, and there's some cables. If we go around the back here, we can see the same thing again. There's cables, there's the bit of wall that's higher, and there's the two pillars. What this tells us is that the red destination point is on the other side of this wall. That's where the problems start, because it means if we're in this force field area, then even if we move the connector as far, that is the connector that's causing the interference, as far to the right as we can, which is going to be the left as we look at it face on, we can't get the connector to be more than about over here, which means that the blue beam is always going to cut off the red. That's a problem. Because notionally, to make this sort of setup work, what we need is for the connector that's causing the beams to interfere to either be on the left side of the red or the right side of the blue. I mean, obviously the beams themselves are angled, so in theory you could move in. No, you couldn't move in very far, could you? Because you're always going to have the problem that you can't have, say, the blue beam. You can't have the blue beam cutting off the red just as it's about to go into the red destination point, and vice versa for the blue. So, the way we solve that is with the broken connector. The broken connector can shield the red beam from the blue. So if I connect this up here and here, and then I bring this round here and put it all the way to the far right, this sometimes does take a few attempts to get it exactly right. So if I put that down there, nope, not quite. that there. I think we're good. Right, so if we examine it now, you'll see that the broken connector is stopping the blue beam from intercepting the red beam. Now all we need to do is pick up this connector, connect it up to all four again, and we make sure that it's placed down to the right as you look forwards of the red beam, such that the red beam here will be intercepting the blue beam that would be coming from the source to the central connector. That way the whole system starts in the red state. The red is fully charged, which means this force field comes down, which means we can walk in here. We pick this up with the Alt use so it retains all its connections, and then we place it over here, and with any luck we're through. So there we go, that's the last sigil in this first area. We don't actually need the jammer, incidentally, because we can just put this back. So my reasoning last time about the fact that a jammer exists there proves that... okay, I have trapped myself. That's why we have the jammer, clearly. It is possible to place the connector back where it was first of all and get out that way. Anywho, so that's that sigil acquired. Let's get into the rest of the mod. So, all the stars, all the sigils. I just had a thought. That computer terminal never actually became usable, did it? No. I'd somehow imagined that after we completed some of the puzzles here, it would become usable. Maybe that's something that the mod developer dropped at some point? I know they mentioned about how they apologised about not including much story. Perhaps they'd intended to use it, but they never got round to it. Here we go. So we have 2 stars and another 7 sigils. And another terminal that doesn't seem to be doing very much. Okay, we'll begin as we always do with a quick perimeter check.
The beginning. In the beginning were the words, and the words made.
I can't tell if I'm yeah.
The beginning.
Ooh, oh dear. Okay, never mind. Suppose I wasn't supposed to go that way.
In the beginning were the words, and the words made.
Interesting. I don't see much of note outside of any of the puzzles, which is interesting in a way. You usually expect to see something. Oh well. Guess we'll just pick on a puzzle and we'll get started. Restraint and contemplation. Interesting. Does that mean we're going to be tempted to do something, but it's actually the wrong idea and causes the puzzle to break or something? Right, we have a blue source. Lots of force fields. Lots of blue destination points, which presumably bring down the force fields. That would be my guess. Another blue destination point. A pressure plate. Interesting. We have no way... No way in there at present. Is that where the sigil is? That is where the sigil is. Okay, so this is the only unexplored area? Interesting. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I see. The pressure plate works, but it's slow. Does that mean if I just rush in there I get trapped? No, it seems to be holding. Okie dokie. Let's see what we can do then. Ah. That's going to be a problem. Oh, I think I see. So we need to set up a alternating. Do we need to set up an alternating signal? Probably. Oh, does that not work? Well then. There we go. I still can't quite figure out why we would care to bring these force fields down. It just doesn't seem necessary. Oh well. I think just for the moment I'll assume it isn't necessary. I may well alter that view. As we get further into the puzzle. Right, okay, so now we need to... Oh, I think I get it. We have the force field, sir, so that we can set up a slow alternation. Ah, that makes sense. So if I move this one further out, just to make it an easier target, so move these ones in a bit. then I put this, say, here. And this one tries to connect to it. There we go. Right, we've set up a very slow alternation. I think we want this one to connect here. Ah, okay. But now it's not disconnecting over here, which is a problem. Okay, I think I know what we can do about that. If I put that there, and then I grab this one, right, I think that'll work. Maybe this one would be a better one to have connected up, thinking about it. I'm just thinking about the timing of it. I want it to spend about half its time in one state and half its time in the other. So that's not working. Why is that not working? Because it's only cutting that signal off. Alright. No, this is gonna be... harder than I'd hoped. So this is the beam I want to intercept. So what I'm thinking is I need the... Ideally these connectors shouldn't be connected up to the source over there, they should be connected up to something else so that I only have one beam travelling from the source, and that's over there. But the problem with that idea... I have an idea. What if I move this over here? Yeah, so clearly the beams have to travel through the force field, or else we're not making them dependent on the changing state of the force field. But I don't have enough connectors. Okay, so the beams have to travel through the force fields. One very nice way to do that would be to say have a connector here connected to a connector over there, which has power, and then when the force field goes down it can provide power over there. Except it can't, because it can't do it from this side. So you'd end up doubling the number of connectors you'd need, which isn't a great situation to be in. Is it possible at all with 5 of them? Maybe. That goes there. But then that would have to go there. No, that's not going to work, because we end up in a situation like that. I'm fairly certain I can see what needs to be achieved. It's just I'm not sure how to achieve it as yet. So as we had it before, this at least has the advantage that we can very efficiently set up the dependency on the force fields. The problem is I don't have a neat way to cut off the first beam. No. That's funny. I thought we established that a beam just keeps on going even after it's been cut off. And we'll cut off subsequent beams, but that is not what we're seeing here. Very strange. Hmm. So that's the sort of thing we want to set up, but with using all the force fields. Going this way would sort of work. But then I can't... Then I can't send a beam there very easily. Or is that true? Because this beam doesn't exist until that opens up. Oh yeah, that is true, because the beam that I create... gets intercepted instead of the beam I want to have intercepted. Like so. I swear this isn't how the game used to behave. I don't think it could have, because if you recall when we were doing Query, when we were going through... was it Outfall? Yeah, I think it was Outfall. The solution relied on the fact that using... was it just 2 connectors? We managed... or 3 connectors, probably 3. We managed to set up an alternating circuit that was both alternating the red and the blue. I just don't think this would work if... oh, sorry, I don't think that would work following these rules. I thought an intercepted beam would still intercept beams that it encountered afterwards, and that this seemed like a sort of inconsistency in the game between the graphics and the gameplay. Maybe the legacy version of the game works differently, but that would be surprising. Very strange. Oh well, we can only work with it as it actually appears to be. Not as we think it should be. Maybe there's something clever we can do because we have effectively 2 connectors that aren't doing anything. Well, I think we can agree we need to do something along those lines. The question is, what can I do now to intercept one of those 2 beams? I mean, I don't really care if this beam gets intercepted, but provided one of these 2 is intercepted. I wonder. This won't have quite the timings I'd hoped for. If I set that up... No, I don't think that's gonna work. Never mind. The other thing I'm thinking is, could I do something like this? The trouble is that doesn't help me disconnect this one, which is what I really need. Although, what if I put this, no, this over here? Could I then pull this one out and have it sever the other beam? Or what's it going to connect to as part of the problem? This one, I suppose. It didn't quite work the way I wanted it to. Really, I'd need one more connector to make what I'm trying to do work here. Maybe I don't need it. Maybe I don't need the last one at all. Maybe it'd be enough to do this. No. How quickly does this go down when it goes down? Very quickly. Almost instantaneously, it seems. So the real question is, how do I connect one of these inner connectors, if you will, over here without causing a problem? They seem to be contained. In fact, I think they are literally contained. I think there's a polygon formed from this beam and that beam. which then goes round this way, encasing them. It really is almost as if I want to do that. If it weren't for the fact that it would mess up the alternation. Wonder what I'm missing. I mean, this is such a simple setup that it almost makes me wonder if I'm doing this entirely wrong, if there is just a completely different setup that has the desired effect. Okay. For a variation. No idea if this is gonna work. Let us suppose I did something like this. Now, how would I make this timed? I suppose these would come in pairs? Maybe? No. You could do it with just one. No, that's backwards, isn't it? Okay. This might work. I won't be able to use the final force field. But I could set this one here. Right, that works. Well enough. Right, in theory I can get through here now. Right, I'll wait for it to go down again. Then I'll dash through here. Ow. Okay, that's not going to work. That takes so long that I think this might be a big red herring. I wonder if I'm not supposed to use the force fields at all, or if I am only to a limited degree. Yes. Perhaps. If I set it up like that, how do I sever the source without using one more connector than I'm willing to commit? Actually, maybe I'm overthinking this. I think I might be. There. That should work. Yep, that'll work well. And the only other thing I need is a means to sever this entirely. Question is, how do I do that? Well, it's only this bit I need to sever entirely. How many connectors are in use? One here, one there. That one's not in use. I thought there should be another one. Right, that should work. Then I connect this up here. Oh, they thought of that. They don't want to let me do that. That's what this purple field is here for. Alright. We'll try again. I reckon that might work. Maybe it's too fast. Yeah, it's too fast. But isn't this how we had it set up before? No, it can't have been. I think if there's a more clever way I could do this bit. Because if you can imagine, if it was set up like this, this is the inverse of what I want, I think. I want that beam to be off when it's on and on when it's off, as it's currently set up. Actually, that's not quite true, because I do need it to... If this were inverted, it would have to stay in its... what is currently its off state. It would have to stay off slightly longer to have enough time to charge the blue destination. The problem as I see it is I feel like I need to be standing on this about as long as it takes for all three force fields to charge. At least that long. It takes so long to charge up. How many times do I need this to alternate? So, if it were in the right space when the right state when I began, 1, 2, 3. I'm wondering if I could create an alternator that alternates a few times then breaks itself, but I don't think I can, at least not without a good deal more connectors than I have. That one's definitely interfering with two different beams at the same time. So why wasn't it doing so earlier? No, I don't think that's gonna work. I mean, this is quite an efficient way to get through here. But to really make this work, I would then need a way to completely break the circuit after a certain number of iterations. I only have 2 connectors left, so that's not going to happen. Whew. Strange that the draw distance is so low. Can I change that? I don't think so. Oh, that seems to have done it. I think it may have been rendering downscaling, or rather rendering to a upscaling, I suppose. I think it may have been rendering to a lower resolution than upscaling, and that's both why the world looked so, well, low resolution, and also why we were having difficulty seeing objects from a long way away. Could be wrong. Oh no, we still have a problem if we get a very long way away. Then again, didn't the base game do that? Nope, that doesn't seem to have done anything. Oh well, that's the best we can do. I suppose really I should be starting to think about moving on to a different puzzle so we don't get stuck on this one forever. It just feels like a puzzle that I should be able to do though. That's the thing. I don't think it's supposed to be as hard as I seem to be finding it. Let's start with a basic setup again. Like so. What I'm thinking is, can we set up an alternating signal there? Probably not. I was going to say, can we have an alternating signal here and then have this one just cut it? The difficulty is, how would we make an alternating signal? Because if I do it the way I just did, by having say this connector cut off its source, then the rest of this isn't going to charge. So this one, this setup doesn't alternate, each force field becomes self-sustaining once it's been brought down. I'm thinking that could be useful because in principle I could set something like that up. Oops. Let's see if this works. Oh, I think that's done it. Yep. That's what we needed all along. That wasn't too bad in the end. Took me longer than it should have done. But crucially, by making it self-sustaining in the way that we did, it doesn't cycle. It just continues to make progress, and we just take advantage of the series of force fields to cause a series of changes to occur in the system, which we manifest as an alternating signal. Still, progress has been made. Exponentially impossible ascension. What have we got? We've got a recorder, a fan, a box, and a connector. Interesting. So the fact there's a force field here, but also a ladder in and out, implies that the game's going to allow the player to move between these two areas freely, but we're not supposed to be able to freely move all objects, which is interesting. There's a box. Not entirely sure why we would want to get in there, That looks like it could be the sigil room. But usually speaking, those gates go down after you've picked up the sigil, so this would be our way out. But the puzzles don't usually work that way. They don't usually work such that you have to remember to set up a way out for yourself, because the player can always reset a puzzle, and sigil progress is permanent. So if the player went in there, picked up the sigil, and there was no way out, and they reset, then that still would be counted as a victory. Well, we can at least have a closer look. I see. Where's that trying to take us? Oh, the sigil's up there. Interesting. So this is ultimately where we're trying to get to then. With a fan part. It is on right now, so we don't have to turn it on. I noticed that there are 2 pressure plates there, so presumably we need to press both down to be able to walk through. And presumably we take the fan up. The only bit that's confusing me now is that bit back there. Why does that exist? Is that where a star is or something? Because what I'm thinking is, we get, we set up this fan, we ride the box up, and then we're going to need 2 weighted objects, which might be a problem, but perhaps we could get a connector and a box. Bring them over here to allow us through. We're still going to need a fan part though. That's a good point. How can we ride this fan up? Oh, because of the recorder. Interesting. Okay, I think our past self is going to have to deposit a box over there or something, and then our future self will use their box, and then they run through with the fan part. And that would in theory do it. But it still raises the question, what is the point of the area over there? I kind of want to just break in there for the sole purpose of finding out what it's there for. Oh well. That's going to be a problem. Alright, we're probably going to need to use a recorder to set up the connection here as well then. Which is a shame. But if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. Ah, but we're not going to be able to keep this force field, are we? Okay, an experiment then. If I start recording, and we'll use fast forwards. Is fast forwards not bound? Something very strange is going on. Do you recall when I said about how... the game wasn't set up to use my key bindings, so I assumed I must have been using controller all the time. But then when I went back to it, I found that it was set up with my key bindings, and so I must have been mistaken. Well, I definitely bound fast forwards, so it seems that the key bindings have been changing. Anyway, the experiment. Will that hold if I bring the force field up? Ah, okay. This test isn't going to quite work. My past self should have moved the box. That's fine. Oh wait. Yeah, that's not what I meant to do. Never mind. Doesn't matter. I should have hit that already. That does stay up. Okay. That's good to know. Alright, what needs to happen? I'll tell you what, our past self can't bring a box up there. Because our past self cannot get the fan working if it requires two connectors. That raises some awkward questions. Where am I going to find two weighted objects to go on the pressure plate? Bearing in mind I'm going to have to bring the fan part up with me anyway, because we need that to act as a fan part. Our past self can't get up there. Again, because of the need to have everything connected up. Maybe if we use the box, we could have it all connected up. In the past, I mean. Maybe that's what we need to do. Naturally, I will need to grab both of these then. Okay, this... Our past self still can't make it up there though. So that was of limited utility. I think we do have enough components to make this work though. I think all we need to do is move that there and wait. Right, go back. Now we bring these objects through. These are going to be our weighted objects. Ah, but now we've run into another problem. Oh, does this not want to rest on there? Really? It doesn't. I didn't even know that was a rule. Oh, it's sort of not. Huh. Okay. Alright, let's move these back for now and think about this again. So actually having a past self move the fan part onto there wasn't very useful. Maybe the fan part is more... But we need to carry the fan part up with us, that's the thing. Okay, I think I see how we do it. I think I see. Good night, Jenny. Thank you for coming to watch. I hope you enjoyed it and I hope you have a wonderful, restful evening. Right, I think what we need to do, which I didn't do before, is repeatedly disrupt the fan. We do that so our future self will have the option to make repeat trips. I still haven't quite figured out how we're ferrying the fan part up there, mind you. I've got an idea, but we'll have to see if it works. Oh dear, the game's slowing down. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so far so good. I'll need that. Right, now with any luck, the past fan part will be able to... Yes, it can raise the box. Oops. If it was originally placed on top of the future fan part. Excellent, this seems to be going well. Very well, really. Question is, do I need the box on here? And presumably not, because I wouldn't have been able to bring it in here. Okay. Whee! Excellent! Right, that's another sigil down. I mean, it would be rude not to, really. Right, why is back here a place we can travel to? No real indication, is there? No sign of any stars. Huh, I don't know. It just is. Well, all done. On to the next one. Crevices. A jammer. Another jammer. A box. A pressure plate in a very strange position. 2 of them. Huh. That is interesting. Presumably we're supposed to pass an object through there? Like a connector? Okay, so one pressure plate does one of these force field, another one does the other. Presumably the last 2 have to be brought down using jammers? Ah, the jammers must fit in there. That's going to create an order of operation problem though, I think. Because by default, before the jammer's placed, it's going to want to jam whichever is the first force field, which means it's going to end up jamming the same force field that its own weight is suppressing on the pressure plate. Which is suboptimal. Not quite sure how we're going to get around that, to be honest. Oh well. How do we get in there? There's the sigil, so there must be a fan. I mean, I can only assume there's a fan. I'm not quite sure how else we'd get there. Oh, there's an area up here as well. There might be more on the other side that I'm not aware of. But there doesn't seem to be anything to bring these force fields down. Do I use the... Ooh, I can do that though. Ah, that must be how I bootstrap it effectively. Using the box. Okay. Can I jump over here? I can. Right, and it would probably be more useful to jam the other one, but I can. If I could get one of these jammers out, I could get both out. Ah, of course. This is making a lot of sense. So that goes down. This one goes down temporarily, just as a weight. Then this one jams the third one. We pull the box out. This one comes out. We use the weight. Then we jam the fourth one. We may as well pull that out. Good. And we have a clear path straight through. I feel like there is no fan. I feel like I could make that jump if I had the box with me. But I don't. I can't grab the jammers from this side, which is perfectly fair. That's what I'd expect. But that implies... that's how I get the box in. I was going to say, that implies that I wouldn't be able to pull the box through there either. Excellent. Now, I realise based on the amount of time that took me, that may have seemed like a particularly easy one, but I think that was also a particularly good one. I liked that. That used mechanics which you don't often see used. Right, doing pretty well so far. Still no sign of any stars though, which is a shame. Oh well, may as well start with the central one. Entrance to nothing. Oh, this is the last bronze one. Maybe we'll finish on that one, since the bronze one's presumably going to be the easiest one that's left. A light in the attic. Interesting. Very interesting. Ooh. I wasn't expecting to see that. I see. So I suppose the next logical question is, how do we set this up so that we can climb arbitrarily high? Because that's not obvious. Because there's going to come a point where my character is sufficiently high up that they can't reach the next box they would need. In fact, that's going to happen quite quickly. So what's the actual technique here? Interesting. Like, I can see how I can keep putting more boxes under that one. Like so. How many would I need before I could get up top? Probably at least 5, I would guess. Yeah, I could probably make the jump from there. That's true. I can do things like that. Can I pick up the jammer from down here, though? No, I can't. Ah. I could do that. Then get on there. Then get on there. But then I'd have the problem of... in theory, I could make that jump. I'm not sure if I would, but in theory, I think it could be done. But... now the jammer's become a problem. And as we know, I can't put a box underneath where I'm standing. Although... what is the relative height? Okay. So the problem here is I would effectively be jumping 2 box heights to get where I want to be. Okay, here's a question. Supposing I were able to get on top of those 2 boxes, and I was able to bring this stack down, so then I was standing on top of this stack, at that point, how would I... move the jammer? I'm not sure I could. Oh. That didn't quite go to plan. Right, grab that. Maybe now place one over here? Oh. To be honest, it feels like it may be easier to do it that way though. Just have a massive stack right next to the sigil. How high can I get this stack without assistance, I wonder? That is assistance from fans. Appears to be about the limit. Pretty good though. Nope, not quite. Hmm. Close. Oh. I can go there. Does this work? Oh, it does work. Ah, maybe I should have been doing that. Gah. I wish I could place this jammer properly when I'm on top of a fan. It does not like to be placed. There we go. Up there. Hmm. Oh. Right. Hmm. I think this really awkward strategy of placing the jammer whilst walking forwards to actually be able to not fall off is probably the right one. Although we then end up in this situation, don't we? If I could stop the jamming now, I'd be high enough, I'm pretty sure. Ah, that's handy. Still can't disconnect it though. Might be able to if it was one higher. Alright, let's see what we can do about that then. So if I jump up here, then I turn around, pick up the box, put the box there, pick up the jammer, place the jammer whilst jamming, which is a thing I can do apparently, grab that, and I think we're done. Excellent. Took a bit of trial and error, but we got there. Right, what's next? Hold on, I should probably go back and double check there weren't any stars there. I didn't see any sign of any, but at the same time I haven't seen any sign of any stars yet, which seems a bit odd. Not impossible. We've got, what, about half the puzzles left, or just under? But it does seem odd. Hole in the wall. Cables going to a pressure plate. Okay, not clear what they do yet. Platforms, there's probably a recorder. There is a recorder. We have seen platforms used in isolation just as a weighted object which doesn't have any other function. But, clearly that's not the case here. Oh. I think I see. So, when we hold down the pressure plate, a force field comes up here but goes down there. Is that right? Yes. Okay, that's interesting. That implies our past self can't be in here, but at the same time this force field being down, but then that creates problems for our future self. I wonder, can our future self rest on that lip there? That would make all the difference. Also, while we're on the topic, how does our future self get onto the platform? Ah, this way. Very nice. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, let's try it the naive way. I'm not expecting this to work, but it'll be very interesting to see what actually happens. So the naive way is we begin recording, we grab this, we stand here and we wait for our future self to jump on. Then we walk over here. Hopefully they can jump off here. This is one of the question marks. Or one of the open questions, I should say. And then that goes on there. And maybe our future self can get in there. I'd be very surprised if it's actually this easy. But we need to at least start establishing where the problems are. Yes, we can't get on the lip there. Okay. Okay, then that's essentially what the puzzle comes down to then. It's true to say I could have had my past self jump up and down, which would have made this slightly easier, but it looked like we just collided with the force field and then fell, so that lip was not supporting our weight. Do you know what? For that just handful of seconds it would actually take us to test this. Let's actually test it this way as well. Because it would be a great pity to spend ages trying to think of a much more clever solution if such a solution weren't necessary. Yeah, that's pretty conclusive. Okay. At least we know what the problem is. I'm still a bit put off by the fact we haven't seen a single star yet, though. Okie dokie. What can I do here? It does feel like it comes down to getting our past self in here with the platform and our future self on top while this is down. Our future self could do that though. But if our future self did that, they don't have a way through here. I wonder if they could pick up this from the height. Well, they should be able to pick it up from a height, shouldn't they? Is there a way I can deposit this here? Alright, I think some more experimenting is necessary. Right, can they pick that up from where they are now? If so, they can deposit out there just for convenience. Or alternatively, can they drop it here? Well, they're bound to be able to drop it there if they can pick it up, aren't they? So let's just see. Right, can I get a connector from here? Yes! So I could deposit that there for convenience, as I suggested. Okay. I think this should be quite straightforward then. Ish. Right, so I don't want to do the naive thing of my past self stands here, my future self puts the broken connector down, then my past self naively just runs through here, because then my future self is going to get knocked off by the force field. So they need to go here first, then here, then here, then here. But that's all very doable. So first things first, pick up my future self. Then we take future me over here so that they can weigh the platform down. Then we go back, we let them disembark, then we go round, we let them re-embark, and then we head over here, and with any luck, we'll be done. Right, wish me luck. Alright, pick that up, jump on here. Oh, am I going to be too tall to go through there? I think I am. Oh, yes. That's a pity. Alright. That's subtle but clever. Just because of this portcullis gate here, we can't have my past self walk my future self through here and have them drop the connector off from above. So it's clear that my future self could place that there. That's not difficult. But then they're going to have a lot of trouble trying to get on top of the platform, because they won't then be able to reach round here. I think it's clear that if this force field is down and my past self is in here, then in the past this wasn't up. I take it that's far too high, yeah. I don't see my... Let's test it. I don't think my future self is going to be able to make it up there, but we could give it a go. Pick up the broken connector just in case we do make it up there. Yeah, not even close. Fair enough. My future self could certainly get up here while that force field is up. That wouldn't be difficult to achieve. But then it would have had to have been brought up in the past, which means my past self can't make it through there. There's no advantage to being up here, is there? No. Not that I can see. No. Alrighty then. Hello. Oh, I can't stay on there. Okay, I thought for a moment that may have been a breakthrough. When we did this the first session, and Bacamel betrayed us, I wonder if that's future us or something, since the game's called Rebirth. I wonder if we're reincarnated as them, and then betray ourselves. That's interesting. Our future selves could certainly stand on that. Hello, good sir or madam. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce your name. But yes, I did manage it in the end. It turned out not to be all that difficult. Thank you for asking. I've been making my way through the second area in the game, which is Egyptian themed. I've done most of the sigils now, but haven't encountered a single star. Just go back to the starting sign so we can see how much is left. Another computer terminal that doesn't seem to do anything. It's just decoration. There we go. So there's 3 more to do in this area, excluding the stars, which, as I say, I don't suppose there's a star up there, is there? No, don't see one. Other than the stars, I've no idea where the stars are yet. Blimey. Quite an impressive place to put the statues. There were some crazy puzzles in this mod, but so good, loved it. Even though I wasn't smart enough to do all of them, or at least not patient enough, I still loved this mod. Overall, I've been impressed. Probably my main criticism would be, I suppose, 2 criticisms. One being that it's a bit, the difficulty feels like it's a bit all over the place. Some of them are really rather easy, some of them are very, very challenging. And I suppose like the last mod we did, which was Sanctuary, I think it has... Was it Sanctuary? I know that was the last one we did. Yeah, like Sanctuary, I think it has the problem that it often doesn't... some of the puzzles require layering concepts on top of each other or using concepts in non-obvious ways, and it doesn't build up to them. Which can be challenging, but other than that, I am thoroughly enjoying it. Good puzzles, certainly. So this one, if we take this broken connector, we can place it on this pressure plate and it will toggle these 2 force fields. The force field by the sigil goes down, but the force field to get in here goes up. That's interesting because we need to use this recorder and this platform in tandem to walk our future self over here. But for obvious reasons, our past self can't get in there while this force field is up. So there's a degree of mutual exclusion going on there, which I'm trying to figure out how to work around. Yeah, difficulty is pretty random, but I like the puzzles. Many had some ingenious ideas. I agree. One of the puzzles I did very recently, I thought was good in that way. It did turn out to be a bit on the easy side, but I also... It used a concept which I don't remember any puzzle using before in the main game or any of the mods I've done, and that's crevices, where you were placing objects into these little gaps, and that allowed you, for example, to get a box through here and so on, where you're otherwise... I mean, I suppose in a way it's not much of a puzzle mechanic, because if you can have a little gap that you can pass a box through, why couldn't you have a bigger gap that you could walk through? But I thought it was a nice idea that, like I say, I haven't seen done before. Anyway, where were we? So this is a gold sigil, so it's supposed to be challenging. So the one thing that I've noticed is, of course, that noted, is that it doesn't really matter whether it's my past self that puts a weighted object on here or my future self. So in theory, my future self could could toggle the force fields while my past self walks straight through here. Because of course, recorded copies of the player don't care about how the environment changes. If you bring up a force field, it won't stop them from moving through it if it wasn't there when the recording took place. Sounds great in theory, but you'll notice the ladders to get up here are on this side. So if my future self places that, they then can't get through here to climb the ladders so that they can jump onto the platform. An idea I had was, okay, can I get my future self up here, have them jump onto my past self's platform with a connector in hand and then walk them out here, and then they drop the connector on here from above, still on top of the platform, and then my past self walks through here. I was scuppered by this. This is too low, unfortunately. If you try that, you just fall off. And that's about as far as I've got. I did notice this looks like I might be able to stand on it, but that's not much good if I can't get in here to begin with, if that makes sense. Like, if this is too low to let a player standing on top of a player to go through, then it doesn't do much good if I can get on there. And frankly, even if I could, I'm not sure what I'd do with it. It would be a bit... yeah, doesn't seem very useful. Okay, imagine we're our future selves and we do something like that. I don't know why I picked the platform and not the broken connector, but either way. How would we then make sure that we could get on top of that platform? It feels like we couldn't, but surely there must be a way. The only other thing I can think is maybe it's possible we could get inside there with the force field up, but the problem is if we did that, I'm not even sure we could, but even if we did manage it, would no longer have access to the recorder, so that wouldn't really do us any good. Alright, supposing our past self at this point brought up the force field, is that there really is no other way we'd get through there, is there? Oh, I've just had a really daft idea, but it might work. I'm just thinking about the order of operations in my head. Alright, to make this easier, we're going to do a bit of the setup ahead of time, as it were. I don't think this is necessary. I think we could, in theory, do it in a single recording, but it will just make things slightly easier if we don't. So what I'm going to do is just pick up the connector and deposit it up there for our for us to use in the future. Excellent. So what I'm thinking is, supposing I place the connector on top of the platform that our past self was holding up, and then our past selves dumped the platform on here. I'll tell you what, if our past selves dumped the platform, where is that connector going to go if it was resting on top? Is it going to follow the platform, or is it just going to fall down vertically? I'm wondering if it would end up falling on top of where the past player was standing. I think it probably would, because as a general rule, things in the past, that is objects that were recorded, are incorporeal. They don't collide with things in the present. the platform is an exception. It's an exception deliberately programmed into the game as such, because if the platform was incorporeal, it wouldn't function as a useful item in the game. So my guess is that when our past selves puts the platform down, that's probably going to cause the connector that's on top of them to fall straight. Then our past self comes over, picks up the platform again, comes over here, picks us up. No, they don't pick us up here because this force field is now going to be up. They pick us up on this side and then they walk us over here. I don't know if it will work, but it's worth a go. Okay, so we'll begin recording, and then we'll just wait here to have the connector deposited on top of us. Then we head this way. I'm going to guess that the connector falls straight, so that's why I'm going to stand on top of the pressure plate. Then we go this way. We let our future selves embark, and then we head over here. Maybe a bit of jumping to help with the height, and let our future selves disembark. Fingers crossed this works. Oops. There we go. So far so good. Now let's hope that connector falls straight. I don't suppose we'll know until our past self comes back round the corner. I think that's worked. I think it's only gone and worked. Yes! Another sigil. Excellent, that was a good one. Although still no stars. Only 2 sigils left and no stars. Interruption. Interesting. What do we have? We have a red source, a blue source. A red destination, another red destination. Well, we can do those 2 straight away. So I'll bring that round there. Ah, so the sigil is behind a force field that can only be brought down with a blue beam. I see the problem. Okay. Interesting. I mean, while I'm on this side, it doesn't really matter to me if the red beam stays up. The problem is that when 2 beams interfere, neither beam makes it through. So just connecting that up clearly isn't going to work. I could probably get a blue beam through like so. Hold on. But then I'm down a connector. As soon as I remove that, the point of interference changes, so yeah. Notable too, that it's not like I can pass the red through the other way. Interesting one. Very interesting, especially given that it feels like I'm going to need to have 2 connectors on this side, because that means the connector that's causing the red to go down is also supposed to have the blue going to it, most probably. I'm wondering if I could do something like I did on the trust exercise puzzle and set this up with both a red and a blue source and then use a different connector to decide which one makes it through. The problem with that idea is, again, I don't think I can have a connector that's connected to here and connected to the blue at the same time. I'm going to need to have two of them two connectors free. I wonder, could the connector that's connected to here also block the red? I mean, I know it can do that, but I mean in a useful way so that I can actually get this connected up. That's about as far over as I can realistically get it. Yeah, and that's not going to be sufficiently good, is it? No, I don't think so. Because what we really want to do is something like this. And that allows us plenty of room to get the blue through, but as discussed before, we can't then connect it up to the blue destination point. What impressed me the most in this mod is that most puzzles are very contained, few pieces, but still more difficult than any puzzles in the main game. That's true. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. It's not just that they're self-contained, but also that they're often but not always, very simple, in the sense that there's, as you say, there's not many parts to them. Perfectly examples this puzzle and the previous one. Yeah. You're not wrong. Does it get any easier if I move this over a good deal? I don't think it would, no. No, because it doesn't change the geometry problems I have on this side. I'm going the other way. Again, I don't think it makes any difference. That's just going to make it so that the blue, when it tries to come through, has to go through 2 beams, not 1. So that's not an advantage. I know I could set something up like an alternator on this side. Actually, maybe that's not such a daft idea. What would happen if I tried to do something like that? Oh, it doesn't work. Never mind. How do I set it up so it turns blue? So... wait. So something like that should make it alternate. And it most assuredly does. Oh, I see. It would need access to the blue that's unhindered. In the sense, by unhindered, I mean it doesn't have to go through a beam. But that puts it on this side, which isn't ideal. Although, I could connect it up there. That would work. And it'd also have to be connected there. Right, that then goes blue. I'm gonna end up with the same problem I had before though, that I only have 1 connector left on that side, so that's not going to work. Actually, no, the angles don't work. I was just thinking if I could get this one so far over that I can have something connected to it and it turn the... If I could get this one sufficiently far over, then I'd only need 1 connector on this side, is what I'm trying to say. But I don't think I can. I don't think the angles exist. Which I'm sure is no accident. I mean, in principle, I like the idea of turning this one blue. Because, as you can probably imagine, I could... From this side, I could do something like this. And then that has the desired effect of getting blue over here, using just 1 connector. But with the major caveat that I've now got 2 connectors over on that side, so I don't have enough connectors left on this side. Yeah, it really comes down to having the blue being able to get to the connector. The connector that's being used for interference without anything interceding, anything in the way. Which clearly isn't going to work, given the level topology. Hmm. The other idea would be to set something up over here in the hopes that... Actually, that might work. If I were to do something like that, I think this is going to need moving slightly to do what I'm planning. Okay, that wasn't such a brilliant place for it. There we go. And that goes here, perhaps. We good? I think we're good. Yes. That then connects up to that. Right. I think this might work. I just want to make sure I've got an angle. I think I've got an angle. I'm pretty sure when I pull this one, it's going to lose the red. Question is, can I force it to be blue now? I think I can. I can do that, can't I? Yes. And then it's as simple as doing that. Excellent. We got there. Oh, that's very kind of them. They gave us 2 gems to make our way back. Although, frustratingly, I still haven't seen hind nor hair of a star. Right, I left this one for last. Entrance to nothing. Recorder and connector. Oh, there's a connector up there. Cool, different solution to mine. That's interesting. How did you go about solving it then, if you don't mind my asking? Can I grab that? Yes. It's a bit awkward, but I can. I don't see any sources, which is a bit strange. Right, the sigil's in there, so once we get blue there, we're done. My solution was to provide red with a connector beyond the 2 doors, then just pick it up, and there was no red anywhere. Oh, yeah. Yes, I see. How did you bootstrap that, though? First connector, instead of taking red from source, it would take from a connector beyond the 2 doors. Yes, I'm thinking, how would you set that up initially? Because clearly you must have started by having a connector that was connected to the red. Don't remember, but it wasn't difficult once the idea came. Yeah. I think I see how you would have had to have done it. You'd have had the first connector connected up to the red, and then you'd have probably placed a second connector that was going to the same 2 destination points, but with no beam going to it, and you'd have had to have placed that in a position so that it was effectively behind the first one you placed, so that there was no conflict. I'd have to check whether that would work. Yeah, you may have run into trouble with the beam going going from the source to the first connector, though. That may have made it challenging. Well, I don't know. I'm sure if I looked at it, or if we looked at it, it would make sense. Ah, there it is. Where did I leave that connector? Here. Clever thinking, though. Right, so I have access to the recorder now. Why would I want to go in here? I can see that in theory there is scope here to set up a connector that's self-sustaining. But I don't see why. I see. They've chosen the angles very carefully here, so that I can't easily get the blue through here using just one more connector. Which makes sense. Otherwise this would be quite easy. Am I absolutely certain? Is that definitely not possible? Yeah, I don't think that's possible. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, supposing I had a connector here that was self-sustaining, would that help? Probably not massively either. I'd still be in the position that I don't have... I don't have enough connectors at my disposal. Ah, I think this is the angle. If I had a connector on the inside and another connector over here, I'd be able to do it. That could be troublesome, though. What's my view like from here of over there? Can I see the force field from here? I can't quite. Yeah, that's another very deliberate angle. So I couldn't, for example, have a connector over here that's connected up to the blue and connected up to there in a self-sustaining way, and then still be able to get the blue all the way round here. Straight to there in one, using just the two connectors I have access to. You made me curious. Still have the game installed. We'll go check. you'll have to let me know how that goes. Ah, what about through here? Could that be a thing? No. That won't work. It's all pointing to the idea I'm supposed to have a connector on the inside here. But the problem is, when I say I have two connectors, that's using the recorder. I have a past and future version of the same connector, and that vastly limits what I can do with it. It wouldn't be very useful to leave a connector just in here, even though that seems to be what I need to complete this puzzle, because I then would have no way back in here, such as when I'm recording the second time. To actually pick the connector up and do anything with it. That's what makes me tempted to think that I'm supposed to use some sort of self-sustaining setup, but I don't see if I had a self-sustaining setup how I'd get the angle. Yeah, just checked. Just checked it. It was like I said, but it had an extra step. First opens the doors, then second goes beyond the two doors to the source. Then you have the third and place it before the two doors, opening them, but instead connect to the second. Then you pick up the first, doors will close. Then you temporarily connect source with a third connector using the first. Then you just pick it up and proceed through the doors and pick up the second connector as well, and doors close with no red lasers. So, first opens the doors, which is connected to the source, and the second goes beyond the two doors to the source. So it is connected to the source, and it's going through the two doors. Then the third is placed before the two doors, opening them, but instead connect to the second. That's where I think I'm confused, because if the second is connected to the source, and the third is connected to the second, then at that point shouldn't it all be connected up, and that's going to cause the different beams to clash, to interfere. You can try it if you want, easier to see than to understand my text. Maybe we'll do that in a second. For now I'm still trying to figure this one out. Oh, I do have a way out of here, even if I lose access to the... even if this goes down. So there's three angles from which we can see the blue source. This is one of them. This is the second. And this is the third. Yes, this has been very strategically placed to prevent me from being able to see through that window from this side. I I don't suppose there's a star up there, is there? No, I don't see one. I just can't help but think that the only way this is going to work is if I have a connector here and a connector over here. To be fair, it could be the future connector that's on the inside and the past connector that's over here. That would work. Ah, I think I can see how I would set this up to be self-sustaining. Whether or not that's a good idea is a different matter. Well, we may as well try it. Even if it's only just as an experiment. So if I set this up here, and now we'll just use fast forwards. And now we'll put it back the way it was so I can get to the recorder again. Oh, that must be why the game devs made it so that if you don't, if the recorder gets up to 5 minutes and you don't reach it before 5 minutes is hit, it discards the recording as opposed to begins playback, because the player could in theory cut themselves off from the recorder, and presumably the developers decided they didn't want that to become a mechanic in the game. That players could, you know, cause a series of events to happen after 5 minutes. Can I get the angle I need? Yes. Alright. Wonderful. That's going to be self-sustaining. I'm going to need to head back through here as soon as my past self makes the route accessible. Because as soon as the recording ends, I only have the ladder out. Now what? That's a very good question. So, okay, I think in principle what needs to happen here is that the past version of the connector gets brought over here and connected up to the blue destination, but in a spot which can be seen very easily from the inside of this structure with the blue source. And then when I probably have to walk the connector back over here and make another way into this room accessible, and then I can stop the recording. Then I have to go back over here. Yes, that's a good point, because I'm going to have to pick up the connector and go into that room. So because my future self is going to have to set up a connector inside that room, they're obviously going to want to be able to walk into the room and leave the room. So that means when I begin the recording in just a second, I actually have to wait 30 seconds, a minute or whatever to give them time to set up. But how's that going to work? Because the connector they're going to be connecting to, by definition, won't have been placed yet. Because they just said my past self can't move the connector until they've given enough time for my future self to have got in, so they can't have placed the connector over this side yet. But my past self can't connect to the future connector because also by definition it hasn't been moved yet. And I can't very easily swap their duties around either. It would have to be because even though I've set it up to be self-sustaining over there, if I were to pick up that connector, the force field would come back up. So it would have to be my future self that goes in there. That's a problem. Okay, I know what we're going to do. I'm going to begin a recording, and I'm just going to use it as an opportunity to go in here with no consequences so I can examine the room more carefully. Yeah, there really is no other way out, is there? So what I'm suggesting is I think the solution requires the use of this window. I think a beam needs to be sent over there to a connector that's also connected to the blue destination point. But the problem is I can't be bringing this force field down using the connector that's in here. So it needs to. So it would have to be my future self that moves the connector in here, so that the past version of this connector is still there to give them a way out. But if that's the case, then they can't then connect up the connector to the other version of the connector that we were going to place over there. Because I've just said I haven't moved it, I've left it there. So unfortunately that's just confirmed what I already suspected. Right, that should be self-sustaining again. Oh no! That's interesting. I wonder if that is what's supposed to have happened, or if that's actually a corner case that the developers didn't think of. Because if all the objects go back to the positions they were in, it feels like force fields should as well. I mean, when you begin playback. Oh well. See, it's only this angle I can see where we could, in theory, in just 2 connectors, get a beam over there. That's the problem. I don't see another angle that would do it. Blimey, and this is supposed to be a bronze one. This is supposed to be easy. See, the other problem is, although I can see that it would be possible to get a connector in here, I wouldn't want to leave it in there till the recording ends, because then I'd have no way to get back in there. I only have one connector, although I can duplicate it using the recorder, as it were. Oh, is there another connector in there? That's interesting. I don't know why the game would give me another connector there. There's nothing I can see to connect it to inside there. That almost makes me wonder if there is a star around here. Although I don't see where it would be. Well, we'll worry about that after we have the sigil. What do I have to do now? I think I had to take this round here. Make sure it's in a nice visible position. Wait a little while. And then I had to bring this back. Excellent. Right, that's all set up there. May as well fast forward through this. Good. This does seem to be self-sustaining. That was close. If I had, I could have trapped myself in here. If I'd accidentally blocked that signal for too long. Oh, it looks like there's another angle I could have used. I could have gone this way. That angle would work, but so would that. But that doesn't solve the problem I was having. The problem being that it's exceedingly difficult to see how I could connect these up and not trap myself in there. So for example, supposing I record myself picking this up and moving it over here. I mean, actually, we've just discovered that has another issue with it, and that's that when I hit playback, the connector we set up to be self-sustaining will still have the force field remaining up, and it won't be self-sustaining anymore, so that wouldn't even work. I could in theory get... I I could like start recording with the connector in the position it's in, leave it there, and then during playback bring the connector in here, but then I'm stuck. If I'm in here when the recording ends, I'm trapped. If I go on the outside, the connector's trapped and I have no way to get to it. I've no way to get to it to move it during recordings anymore. I mean, I suppose it's possible I'm just wrong and I'm not supposed to use this window at all. But one, the mod developer bothered to put this window in, so you'd assume it serves a purpose. And secondly, how else would I do it? I need to be able to see this point. So no matter what the angle is, one of the connectors must be visible from a place where this destination point is visible. That's not negotiable, that's just the way geometry works. Yeah, it all points to the idea it's supposed to be in here, doesn't it? So here's my other thought. Supposing... Well, we've already talked about the fact that this force field comes up and stays up even when I hit playback, which seems wrong. But even... Hold on, if I record myself moving this in here, then when I hit playback, this will be back on the outside. And I wouldn't care that the force field's back up, would I? Oh, but the problem with that one is then I'm trapped on the inside in this scenario. Because I have no way of getting to that blue destination spot if I'm recording. Otherwise, that would work very well. If there were a ladder out of here, I would suggest that's even the intended solution. Although a complicating factor is I'd still have to be able to get to the recorder, so I'd probably have to place the connector in some location where it can see both through that window and this window. Does such an angle exist? It would have to be able to see that point. Oh yeah, yeah, standing here would work. But we still have the player gets trapped on the inside problem. No, in fact we don't, because if I was recording, then the moment I pick this connector up, the force field comes up, so I wouldn't even be able to get in. I could use a recording playback cycle to get the connector in here, but once the connector's in there, I would lose the ability to bring this force field down, so I wouldn't then be able to get to it in future. I do find it very interesting that this angle exists though, where I could simultaneously get the beam over there and over here. I'm 99% sure I can bring that far force field down to the sigil. It's just that in that scenario, the player is trapped in here and can't benefit from it. There really is no way out of here, is there? No. I must be missing something. Wait. Can I hit that? Ah! Now it makes sense. There's an angle where I can hit the destination spot that brings that force field down and hit the destination spot that brings this force field down, which is necessary to get the first beam through, and still be able to see it from through there. Okay, this makes sense. I think I can do it now. Yes, I think I know what needs to be done. Can I get in there? I cannot. Okay. This is fine. I think I see the solution. This is just gonna take slightly more setup. Just thinking, how do I make sure I can get back in here? I remember. So this is left here. Then we just build up a bit of time. Wonderful. Take it back. Get that open again. Begin playback. Grab this. Right, that should be self-sustaining. Wonderful. Now, the only thing I did wrong last time is I was supposed to go back into this room, because I cannot... The only way I can have the connector over there be self-sustaining, and the character is also... The player character is also on the inside here, is if I follow my past self in. Like so. Right, wonderful. Let me just go over in my head exactly what I need to do again. So I hit record. I then have to wait a while for to give my future self time to get into the chamber with the blue source. I then pick up the connector, I move it round to the position where it can see both the blue destination point to get into the sigil room and the one to get into and out of the blue source room, and there's a angle for it from the window from the blue source room. I leave it there for a while, and then I have probably quite a while, and then I move it round back here to let myself back into the recorder. And then once I hit playback, my future self has to pick up the connector, take it into the room, and set up the angle that connects it up over there. Right, that seems straightforward enough. So first things first, just give my future self slightly more time. Right, 14 seconds should be plenty. Then we head over here. We get the angle right here. I think this should work. Let's double check. Can I see it from here? Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, now we just wait a while. I guess I'll wait till 1 minute 20. Seems reasonable enough. Then I pick this up. Oh, the game's slowing down. It doesn't do well when there's a lot recorded. Now I'll let myself back in here. Hit playback. Have to get out of here. Oh no. I overlooked that. Otherwise this would have worked. Once you complete this, I shall be finally unleashed to take over the world. Also, it's lovely to see you, Grixis. How are you? I'm not sure how to get round that, to be perfectly honest. It's only because the force fields come back up that I can't. Can't finish it this time. Glad to hear it. Trying to think, what else could I do? I think I'm going to end up having to... Wait, how am I going to do this? Oh, this is frustrating. I thought I had it then. I can't see how I can bootstrap the door. Oh, I know how I could have done it. If I'd just picked this connector up, connected it up over here and over there, that would have bootstrapped it. Oh, I'm a dope. Okay, I think we can do this then, pretty much the way I specified last time, with one slight addition. All this means is I'm going to need to give myself slightly more time for setup when I'm recording. Excellent. Right, I need to head this way. get ready to go in here. Right, let me think this through very quickly. So I need to give my future self time to set up. Then I move the connector over to its final, well, I say its final position. The final, to the position that lets me get into the sigil room. It's not really its final position. The connector gets moved plenty after that. Then I have to move it back here. And then my future self has to bootstrap the connector that's keeping the force field down again, heads in there, sets the connector up in there, and then hopefully they'll be able to leave and collect the sigil. Right, let's try it. So what am I doing? I'm giving future me plenty of time to set up. Let's give them whole 25 seconds. Just to try and, as much as possible, avoid the, any... the danger of any unfortunate accidents. Right, so I wait here. And with any luck, by the time we get this far into the playback, we already have the sigil, but you never know. Right. Now I go back this way. Connect this up again so that I can get into the room with the recorder. I begin playback. I head over here. Right, this was the bit that confused me before, but it's actually quite easy. I just need to get that set up. Right, now it's self-sustaining again. I can head in here. Now I'm just waiting for my power self to pick up the connector and set it up over there, which they should do shortly. Right, temporarily I'm trapped in here. Where's the angle? Excellent, that should work. And I'm out. I think we've done it. Excellent. I think that's the last sigil in this area. Still haven't seen a single star, which is a little worrying. Hello? Do you see what I see? There's a fan up there. That's bound to be star related. We'll have to investigate that in a second. What was I doing? I was going back to the main sign so we can double check that that is in fact all the sigils. Yep, that's all the sigils, just 2 stars left. Tell you what we'll do. We'll head back to the puzzle that Slubzum, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce your name, was talking about. And we'll have a go at their solution. We can walk these jammers through so that I can have them available, but at the same time they won't get in the way. So, first things first, it's the obvious. We make a path through. Then we set... the second one was supposed to be set up to the red source. The third one, they said, was connected to the second, but also these two. Oh, I see. That's very nice. So that goes down temporarily. And then we set this up. Very nice. Okay. But how do I get that one through? Or don't I? Well, I don't need to, do I? No. I can just do that. And I can do that. Very nice. That's a very elegant solution. Now the only problem is, because I pulled the gems through, I don't have a way back. So we will reset now. Yeah, that's a very clean solution. Cleaner than mine. And of course we only got stuck because I moved the gems at the very beginning. Which I probably shouldn't have done. Or at least I should have moved them back after we got all the connectors through. Anywho. So there's a fan up there. And we want to find a way to get there. Yours was more out of the box. Liked yours more. Oh, thank you. What you mean is I overcomplicated it as I have a tendency to do. So yeah, we're going to at least attempt to get the 2 stars that are in this area, and then we'll head into the 3rd area. Whoops. Goodness me. The boundaries, the boundary limits in this mod seem quite harsh. There's very little difference between you're just starting to go out of bounds and you've absolutely gone farther than you are possibly allowed, so we're going to reset. I'm wondering, is this here the start or the end point? Because there's an area over there, and I assume that's where the fan takes us. But I don't see any other way I could possibly get up that high. You know, it's far too high. Even if I could get onto the top of these structures, it's far too high for me to jump to them from there. I'd either be relying on a fan in another area, or possibly a fan over there. I remember getting a star here. One of the outside puzzles had a fan somewhere on the edge. Don't remember where or how to use it. Or at least I think. Could be bad info. It's been a few years. That's a good tip. I don't mind the odd tip to do with how to start the star puzzles generally, because often it turns into a sort of scavenger hunt anyway. You know, there's a difference between telling someone how to solve a puzzle, which would otherwise require ingenuity, and just telling them, oh hey, if you want to do the star, you should start looking in this area. This was the puzzle that had a strange area out here that seemed to serve no purpose. This would be the logical place to put a fan if it weren't for the fact that I'd already been back there and we found no fan. Well, I didn't really spoil anything smart. It's just a matter of searching the level, just a matter of time, basically. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Let's check this one again. It's always possible I missed something here, since I wasn't all that thorough. I think it was on the outside of the puzzle. Anyway, just search around. You'll find it eventually. Yes. That's actually one of the things I less like about some of the star puzzles. I'm not such a big fan of the it's somewhere around, just go searching for it. I prefer it when they at least give you some sort of hint as to where to start looking. Doesn't look too promising, does it? Could be back there, actually. Hold on, which way am I going? I'm going this way, aren't I? Yes, it could be back there. Initially, I thought that just went to the outside, but I'm not so convinced now. The main game had lots of stars that didn't involve doing any puzzles, just searching. The very first star was so bad. Oh, I remember the one. That was the one with the hidden switch, wasn't it? I ended up being given a hint that led to me finding that one. Because that was, of course, one of the earliest stars I was going for, and I just had no idea how to even go about it. Oops. Nope. Maybe I should go around the outside quickly if I can. At the very least, if the game resets me, then I know it's probably an area I'm supposed to parkour to. Yes, I remember encountering this actually, I'd just forgotten. When we very first came to this area, I did a perimeter check and I stumbled across that and I completely forgot. I mean, the whole scavenger hunt for stars thing wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the fact that they often put them in places where you just, under normal circumstances, you'd never think to check. And I know that, of course, that's kind of the idea, because they're trying to make them hard to get to. I just don't think it makes particularly fun. I don't think it's a particularly compelling experience. The problem here is I think I'm too low down. I don't think if I tried to jump over there right now I'd make it through. But I'm equally struggling to see what I'm supposed to do to get over there. I don't particularly see anywhere that I can straightforwardly get to, which would be a better angle of approach. Oh. Oh. Most of the stars in the expansion were good. They were in plain sight they were in plain sight most of them, so at least you had an idea on where to start, as opposed to the main game. I must admit, I don't remember clearly what the stars were like in the expansion versus the main game, but that is very plausible. I certainly do prefer it when they put the stars in very visually obvious places, but then actually getting to them is the challenge. And I think you're right that later on the game got better at that, so that may be because it was the expansion I'm thinking of. I can't tell if I'm failing because my parkour's terrible, or if I'm failing because this isn't the way I'm supposed to get there. Oh. Of course, being as this is to get to a star, there is a slim possibility that I'm supposed to introduce components from other puzzles, but I don't think so. Oh. Oh. I'll get there eventually. No. Oh. Well, a good example is World 2 of the expansion, with the big puzzle in the middle. There was one star in the center puzzle, behind a force field, another one was on the air above a fan, another was behind a gate between two bombs. All of them in plain sight, so at least you had an idea what to do. You didn't need to search blindly. Couldn't agree more. Oh. Is there an easier way to do this? I definitely can't pick up the box from there. Oh. The funny thing is, I've already done it once, so I should be able to do it again. Not got to where the fan is, I mean, I've got over to that particular wall once before. Oh. Felt like I nearly had it then. Okay, is there another way? Maybe, actually. I'll take this with me. Oh, wait. I will take that with me, but... Oh, I think I've just broken the... Yep. Alright, reset. That's the point. I wonder if I'd have had an easier time doing those jumps with the controller. Where's that box? Over here. Right, now what would be interesting to know is, can I go up this way? It looks like I might be able to. No. No, I can't. That's a shame. I have no idea what you're supposed to do here, but I'm pretty certain it doesn't involve such crazy hard platforming. Interesting. I might actually give it a couple more attempts with the controller and see if I have any luck doing that. Might be worse, don't know. Pass this through. Right, swap the controller. There we go. Up here. How do I run? I've forgotten how I run. That's how I run. Okay. Whew. I certainly feel like it's easier to get distance. Oh. Okay, I won't do too much more of this. 2 or 3 more attempts, maybe. Oh. So close. I think overall maybe I am finding it slightly easier with the controller. Although it takes a slight bit of getting used to. Okay, I'll stop. I said 2 or 3 and did it 5 times. Alright, what else could we try? Clearly I can't go up that way. Can I see over? I can't even see over there. What about here? Oh. I take it I can't balance on these, no. That's probably the point I would want to try. I know, I keep trying it. I just can't think of another way to do it. Not unless there's, say, something... another way in on the outside or something. Let's check what it looks like on the outside again. So there is a ladder out, but the ladder out takes me to the outside. This wall's too high for just one box to help me over, I think. Oh. Okay, back we go. We'll get there, it just may take a while. Wait. I was supposed to bring that round. Round we go. Nothing useful in here, is there? No, doesn't seem like it. I should have moved this. I have a way through. Oh, what about up here? Nope, no such luck. Pass it through here. There may be, but then how would I... No, I wouldn't be able to get any higher from there. It feels like this is the only way. Oh. I entered to test what you're trying to do. I got on that wall, but too small to jump in there. Maybe with the box it's possible. Yeah, but I don't think I have a way to pick up the box once I'm that far. To be fair, actually, could I balance the box? No. I'm also doubtful I'm supposed to bring things in from other puzzles for this one, because there would be no easy way to smuggle anything in. I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but it would both be a challenge to get the items out of another puzzle and to get them in here, which makes me doubtful. Oh no, I think I did it and then I immediately backstepped off. And again. Nearly. I just thought of something. I believe the player can stand on force fields. So in principle, it might actually be slightly easier if the force fields are up. The only problem is I wouldn't then have a... I wouldn't then have a clear way to get through here. Yes, yes. Right, well this is where we wanted to get to. I don't think there's anywhere better I could try. I guess I just have to try it. Nope. Oh. I have reverted back to mouse and keyboard. I think that is easier than the controller. Worthwhile test to do though. Oh. Yeah, it always feels like I have too much momentum and so I fall off the front. But the few times I've tried to backstep the moment I land, I end up going off the back, which isn't ideal. There we go. Try it again. It feels close, doesn't it? I think you do have to walk backwards the moment you land, but you do it for the tiniest fraction of a second. That just seems to be enough to cancel your forward momentum. Oh. Oh. Oh, that felt close. Oh. I think that may have been an example of an occasion when I shouldn't have tapped back. I may be imagining it, but it feels like if I'm using the controller and I let go of jump in midair, then I suddenly lose half my momentum, as though I've just transitioned from walking to running in midair. But I don't think it does that, or at least if it does, it's not as noticeable with the mouse and keyboard. we go. Give it one more go. Maybe if I just go straight. Because I can't help but notice there's a pillar there and a pillar there. As though the game's trying to draw my attention to this little bit of wall. Nope. Okay, I don't think it can be done that way. But I have absolutely no idea what the correct way is supposed to be. I'm most probably wrong. I entered a bit to try and remember, and I think you're supposed to get on top of the walls of the adjacent puzzle, and from there to the platform on this one. But I couldn't get up there, not even sure if it was the way to do it. That's interesting. And a good thought. A very good thought, because you're right, the adjacent puzzle is connected. Oh, let's see if I can even remember how to do this one. I mean, I remember broadly what the solution was. Oh, that's handy. That's very handy. I'll take that. Up there wouldn't be a bad candidate, would it? But I seem to remember we had some opportunities from up here as well. Yes, we do. I think I see the path. This way. This way. Right, where to from here? Probably over there. That's going to be a more challenging jump though. Ah, but that's why this area down here exists. I remember questioning why it was here before. It's because it's a very likely area for the player to fall into. Oh. I think we've got it now, thanks to your help. This is so well designed. The fact that now I've done this puzzle I can get up here ever so easily. There we go. I see. Round here and in here. Excellent. Thank you for the tip. I think I may have been intended to land on there. Interesting. We should actually probably just take a moment here to take advantage of how high we are to see if we can work out where another star is. I'm wondering what's going on over there, because that's not a puzzle, is it? At least I don't think it is. That's worth examining. Anyway, we got a star. Well, hey! Yeah, I've not done this. I'm pretty certain. This must be how we get the other star. That's a bit of luck. There's the star. Ah, there's the box. There's the fan. Presumably the blue source will... Sorry, the blue destination point will cause the fan to turn on, which will cause the box to fall down there, and then we pick up the star. So the only question is, how do we get blue over here? And to be fair, that is actually a good question. It's not obvious how we'd do that. Where even is the closest blue source? There's no sources in that one, is there? There's a red source in this one. This is technically the closest blue source, but we'd need at least 2 connectors to connect that up. Still hard platforming, and yeah, I think that was it. I thought I had to use a box to get up there, but you only had to finish the puzzle. I remember what I want to check. Yeah, that is a proper connector. So using the recorder, I could get a connector out here quite easily. But it's only one connector, that's the catch. I take it there's not a blue source. No, there's no blue source that's really easy to get through here. Definitely not. Interesting. There isn't like a blue source here or there or... No. Don't think so.
In the beginning were the words.
See, part of the problem of having this really close boundary limit is that it discourages doing proper perimeter checks, which is, I think, how I missed this the first time. Because I think I tried to go around the other way and then got forced to reset and gave up. Which is still on me, but yeah. So I can see how I can get a connector out. But as I say, I'm probably going to need to get at least 2 connectors out. Is that true? Is there a colossal angle here where I could say connect something up here and get it all the way over here? Actually... What if I was up really, really high? That might work. Perhaps I can use the puzzle... perhaps I can use the star puzzle we've already solved to help us get the other one. Only slight catch is... if this goes poorly, I'm going to have to reset. Because I've taken this connector now, it's not going to be straightforward for me to... No! To try it again. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted to avoid. Okay, never mind. What did I have to do? That went there. Okay, this actually isn't too bad. No, that wasn't too bad at all. Actually, do you know what? Since it's so easy... No, actually, it doesn't matter. What I was going to say is when I just put a load of time on the clock, but then I remembered when we just fell down there a moment ago, there was no way for us to... Oh, I forgot to do that. Hold on. What was I saying? There was no way... for us to get the connector... Oh, I think that was a bug. Yeah, this is what I meant to do. There was no way to get the connector back into the central area where we are now. So it wouldn't matter if I put a lot of time on the clock. Oof. Where the controller can have an advantage, I find, is when you're trying to travel very short distances. Because as it has analog sticks, it's not just a binary, you're going forwards, you're not. There we go. Ow. I'm not sure this is gonna work. Interesting that I can actually take that fan part off though. So it's very useful that I can grab that. But I just don't see the angle I would need. Maybe, actually. Not quite. Oh, that's a shame. I'm not expecting this to work, but I may as well head over here and check. Yeah. Now I can't see the blue source. Oh well. We tried. Wait, I'm missing a massive trick here. Oh, I'm such a dope. If I'd set it up there, then I could have moved the connectors down there and connected it up. No, you're absolutely right. Right, I've made life a lot harder for myself than it needed to be. Let's see if I can still do this just though. This was good design, incidentally, because they had this special mechanic of having a pressure plate that had to be held down for a very long time to work. That's how the puzzle over there, or that was something that the puzzle over there relied upon, forcing the player to have to be introduced to it over here was very good design, I'd say. I think we've done it. Excellent. Yes. So that's this area completely finished. At least it should be. Yep. Excellent. Huh, that's interesting. They've divided the stars up, one's with the bronze sigils, one's with the gold sigils. I wonder if that is actually indicative of where the stars are, or if it's just a style choice. Third world was insane for me. It gave my brain blue screens. Good luck. Oh no! That's not what I like to hear. That's not what I like to hear at all. I think I might do... I might do the little trick that I've started doing since we did some of the mods, and that's do it in reverse order of difficulty. That's not an accident, that's telling me something, I just don't know what it's telling me. That's very strange. You can see there's two red sigils. One's a sort of reverse L shape and the other's an S shape, like a squashed S. And yet there's a sign on the floor here for an upside down T shape. And there's a recorder on a platform. Is that one of the ones we did recently? I'm going to go back quickly and I'm going to try and figure out which puzzle, if any, that corresponds to. Because that may be a massive clue. I probably should have checked that there was... Yes, I reckon that may have been the one... that... Slubsum saw me doing first this stream. The one which I do not recall the name of, for I do not recall the name of any of them. This one, I think. Yep. And hole in the wall. And the trick here, of course, was having our future self put a broken connector on top of our past self, who was holding a platform, and then using that as a mechanic to cause the broken connector to fall on the platform during playback, such that our past self could move around freely, as though as though there wasn't a force field in the way, because there wasn't a force field in the way during the time of recording, and our future self had the ability to get into position before the broken connector falls into place. Because if they had to place it manually, then they'd be in the wrong part of the puzzle. Sorry for the nick. It's an acronym for something in my language. My main account was banned forever for making an obvious joke in chat that some Twitch moderator didn't like, so I was forced to make a new account. Just wrote something in the moment. Oh, no worries. Right. Interesting. So if I had a box there, I could presumably, and a connector on top of the boxes, I could connect things up. The curious case of the puzzle that suddenly broke when the author was trying to publish the map. Huh. Okay. I take it back then. I was wrong. The puzzle I looked at wasn't the one that they were alluding to, and it wasn't a clue as to how to what the solution to this puzzle is. It's essentially an Easter egg. I am right in saying that without a... Yeah, that won't work without a box. What am I supposed to have access to? A fan, a box, and a connector. And it's the box part I'm currently lacking. Oh, I have blue here, so I can connect up blue. Do I know where a blue destination point is? There doesn't happen to be one around here, does there? No. There's one there, but it's not going to work. Not without a box to... Oh, there's the box. Oh, I have a jammer. How did I miss that? Now I feel silly. Out of curiosity, where's this going to take me? Just back? Yeah, seems like it. I wonder why that would be useful. Interesting. I have to try to remember that. Anything useful around here? Any sigils? There's the sigil. I don't quite fully have this mapped out yet in my head. Here's a problem. If I can't stop that, then it's going to be very difficult to get the box and the connector on there. Very difficult indeed. Yeah, I just don't really stand any chance of setting this up properly, do I? And I don't see any cables going to that. You can't generally put boxes underneath yourself, because this happens. Whoa. Okay, that was not intentional. I suspect you could probably... a player could probably get themselves into places they're not intended to be using that. I take it I can't get high enough to get on top of these. No. Not far off though. If I had two boxes I probably could. Okay, that just goes back over there. Oh, I'm missing more and more, aren't I? Although admittedly, it's not obvious how I would get the red. Is this here so I can try and grab the red? Well, that's all very well. But the red would also have to have a path through, that's the thing. So that would become self-sustaining. What else can I try? Okay, let's go back this way and just try to pay a little more attention. Not really anything I didn't notice before, I don't think. The jammer can jam the fan, of course. I don't know why that took me so long. Question is, what do I go with first? I think I'll go with the blue first. Oh, that's the broken connector. That doesn't help. I'll go with the blue first because that'll let me into this area so I can grab the other connector. Interesting, that doesn't work. That is interesting. If that doesn't work, how am I supposed to get this bit working then? Oh, I think I see. So set up the blue again. Make my way through. I should have used the connector I grabbed from the inside, although I think that may have been the broken connector, but in any case, I should have done that. Oh, that's curious. That's locked me in here. That's not what we wanted. So, presumably that's intended to toggle those force fields. So that one's technically down, I would guess. Okay. There's things we can do with that. Do we have another? We do have another connector free. Okay, that doesn't work, never mind. It was worth a go. I am aware that had that worked, this force field would have gone down and immediately broke it. I'm just experimenting, seeing what's actually possible. What was this one called? One Flew. I wonder if that could be a reference to this one. It could be, couldn't it? If this charges extremely quickly, it could be that that's how we get this going. That's how we bootstrap it. I've got the broken one again. Let me put that somewhere where... There we go. I won't accidentally pick it up again. I mean, I'm sure it's necessary. It's just, I'm not looking to use it yet. I don't know of a way to bring this force field down which isn't jamming, do I? That's a problem. That means I can't jam this one. Can I take its fan part? No. Presumably I'm supposed to use the jammer to bring this bit down, which suggests that to get through here I need to set up some sort of alternating circuit. Which is interesting. Because we tried that before and it didn't really work. Because the alternation was too quick. But I don't see a straightforward way to set up a slower alternation either. Ah, I know what might do it. I haven't figured out as far as what the point of this would be, but I think I know how I could get this working. No, I should have picked something else. Probably that. No, sorry. That? No, that's not gonna work. How would I do this then? I'm thinking if I can create something to interfere with the beam on this side, then I can set it up interfered with, then walk around and pull the connector here, and then there would no longer be any... Then it would be set up, and I would be on this side. Actually, do you know what? What I just tried there might work. what I'd have to do is make sure it's directly in line with the beam. Oh. Huh. Well, there we go. Apparently that isn't a thing. I don't suppose it would matter if I placed it down in a slightly different position. There we go. There's just a slight bit of doubt in the back of my mind that maybe this is... that this was sufficiently awkward to set up that maybe this wasn't what they were actually thinking. Oh well. Yep, indeed, it toggled them. Oh, it's a double force field. I should have noticed that. But that's okay. Right, so I can technically go through here now. Oh wait, I think I've done it. Yeah, I have another unused connector. Yep, it's done. The thing is, there were certain parts of this puzzle that I didn't use at all. I think that may have been an alternative solution. That was a proper hack. I don't think that was a hack. Because using beams to interfere with each other is a common mechanic. We've been using it all throughout the mod. Yeah, I don't think it was intended though. I think you're right. I don't know what was intended. This is a slightly less extreme version of the problem I had with the Road to Gehenna DLC. I found with the Road to Gehenna DLC, the developers wanted you to think so outside of the box that you were thinking the exact way you would normally think if you were trying to circumvent the puzzles and do them in an unintended way. And so there were several puzzles in the Road to Gehenna DLC which I either think I probably did in unintended ways, or I just do not know to this day whether it was the intended solution or not. And I don't think this is quite as bad as that, but I think it's in the same vein. I wasn't trying to circumvent the puzzle, I was just trying to solve it the same way I've tried to solve all the other puzzles we've come up against, and seem to have stumbled across an unintended solution. The intended solution was considerably harder. It's okay, a solution is a solution. Yeah. The thing is, I mean, like, I do acknowledge the fact that sometimes, you know, you can plainly see that a solution is is exploiting the game mechanics. But I don't think that one really was. Extension. Okie doke. Wait, do I only have connectors here? Yes, only connectors apparently. I wonder how difficult this one will be. I dread to think it's a gold sigil puzzle in the final area. Oh, so I just need to get blue here. Interesting. You avoided one of the very difficult puzzles with that solution. Well, again, I wasn't trying to avoid it. There are two more that were insane for me. Couldn't do them. I wonder if you'll be able to find some clever hack for those as well. I know, you found a clever, faster solution, it's fine. How many connectors do I have? Is that all of them? Not a single one spare. I think so. I feel like I am definitely going to need a connector in around this position. I don't see how else that would be possible. To be fair, I could probably do this one from the other side. And the advantage is that I keep these connectors closer together. Okay, so I have one connector free. If I move this up here, I should have better visibility. And do I? I do. Good. Not quite as good as I'd have liked, though. But never mind. It is what it is. The last puzzle on the other side, if I remember correctly, has a crazy solution. My mind was blown when I saw it. Never would have thought about it. Never seen it in the game. The mod creator had to have been under the influence of some really good stuff to think of that. I must admit this one is not straightforward. This bit's particularly nasty, I think. The fact that the red is cutting across the blue here. Because I can't even pull the blue over this red. I wonder if I can pull this way back. Connected this up here. Yes, I reckon that's probably a substantial improvement. Right, now the problem I face is I need the blue over here, which isn't going to be easy. If I had one more connector, I think this wouldn't be too bad, but I don't. Absolutely, definitely no more connectors. Yep, absolutely, definitely no more connectors. Trouble is, while getting this down to a single beam was a big improvement, it has moved this connector all the way over here, whereas in a way I'd kind of want it to be over here. That's a point, actually. How far over can I get this? I can get it there, and can I just move this one all the way back? I can. Still not quite where we want to be. Yeah, this corner here is going to be nasty, I think. Yeah, I think I've pushed that to its limit now. Yeah, one of the connectors is going to have to be in here, but that's such a unhelpful place for it to be. I don't see a way around it though. Short of freeing up one of the connectors, but that's not going to happen. Although, perhaps there is a way I could make that happen. If I drag this across here, it alternates. Does it actually go down? It doesn't. Does any slight variation in the elevation of the terrain not help with the beams? Sorry, with the terrain. I doubt it. The difference in elevation has to be quite extreme. Good thought, though. So, for example, this is a particularly high point. Oh, to be fair... But that doesn't work. They obviously thought of that one. I thought you just found a really easy solution to this one as well, but no. It is interesting though. Yes, I think I may see how it's done. Either this will work or I will probably strand myself over here. Hold on, I didn't mean to actually have that connected up. There we go. Right, next job, let's connect that up. And then, hold on, this needs to be moved slightly. Good. Now, this one needs to cut across there and cut off the blue. Oh, because this one was taking power from that one. Hold on. I think this might still work if I bootstrap it. No. No. This isn't gonna work. It would be particularly evil, though, if they did intend you to use the elevation here. Since throughout most of the game you learn that slight changes in elevation are to be ignored. In principle, it feels like I should be able to use these two to set up a network that can be remotely turned from red to blue, and then I have two connectors over here that just connects it up. This one's going to have to accept blue but also cause the change in the network, whereas this one just has to relay the blue over. That's what I'm trying to do. At least that's my where my I'm currently. My current thoughts on the matter. That's interesting. I wonder if I can actually go up there and whether there's a gold star up there. On the other hand, it would be nice if I could, you know, take advantage of slight differences in elevation. Nah, of course I wouldn't be so lucky. You can see they're actually quite different in their elevation, and it doesn't matter. Nah. I don't think that's the intended solution. The area I have to run through is too long for me to be able to do something like set up a network which defaults to defaults to blue, but if I stand on a particular spot I break a beam and then it turns red for however long it takes for two beams to interfere with each other. That can't be part of the intended solution, I'd suggest. There we go. That was a trick we tried in a different puzzle, but it didn't work then. The idea of having one connector cut off the beam at a low down point and then another one actually received the blue. But I think we tried that on the puzzle Slubzum and myself were talking about earlier, where you had the 3 connectors and the 2 force fields, and we had different solutions to it. But I suppose this one was slightly more clever in that one of the connectors you used, the connector you used to cut off the signal, is also used for transferring the signal further down. Still, we got there. That was a good one in the end. Right, suppose we should try some of the silver ones. Like this silver one. Quantum Quarantine. So we have a recorder, connector, platform. And that's what we appear to have. Interesting. That's a turret. Don't like that. I think the first thing I'll do is just help my future self get up here so I can scout out more of what's going on. Hopefully I won't immediately be, under fire from a turret or anything. Ah, there's a staircase. Good. Well... Ooh, this looks like it's going to toggle a force field here and presumably somewhere else. Oh, there's a sigil. So if I can get blue here, we're done. Unless there's a star. Okay. Let's find out exactly what happens if I connect this up then. We can get in there, but we can't go over there. Okay. That's interesting. That raises a question why we would want to go in here in the first place. What about that? Does that bring this down? Okay, that's a way I could get the blue through. In fact, if I had another connector, that would be easy. In fact, some might say too easy. Because if I were to make a recording now, and I were to just move that over here and connect it up, and I'd also have to connect it, I'd also have to connect it up there. That's where the difficulty comes from. I see. I'm not going to be able to do that with a single connector. I'm going to need at least 2 connectors, I think. That's probably going to be a past and a future connector. So I suppose the only real trick is I record with the connector in that state. Oh, but I can't get up there. No, this is a little interesting. Okay. My past self doesn't have a way up here once we've begun recording, so they can't then adjust this connector. Because in theory, all we'd need to do is record this in this state for however long, and then we would just place it again, but moving that. Hold on, can I just get in the way there? Right, I wouldn't be able to run through quickly enough. That's fair enough. Worth checking there. Yes. So in theory, so have it set up like this. Run through here with another connector. Connect this up to here. Easy enough. Come back round here. And then we would just remove this connection. So this is only connecting those two places. That would be sufficient, I think, to then get through to the sigil. Yes, it should be. The problem is that only our future self can get up here, because they need to be ferried up here by our past self. So whatever I set up here, can't be changed during the recording. I don't understand what the point of this area is, though. I can't help but think that this must be a gold star area or something. Why else would you have, like, a turret over there after the player has acquired the sigil? There's the star. Okay, that's exactly what's going on. Wait, I need to wait here a second, don't I? Then go up here. Okay. It's an interesting problem. My past self couldn't even get up here to block that beam for long enough. My past self's just going to be stuck over here. I suppose that's why they called it quarantine. Quantum quarantine. The quantum part's a bit more of a mystery. I suppose there's a quantum amount of players. There's always going to be one player or two. A quantum of players. Ah! Can I disrupt that beam from in here? Actually, not very easily. I was thinking about doing a similar solution to how we did it last time, in that you have a beam that's... sorry, a connector that's both transferring a beam, but also... interfering with another one? But honestly, that wouldn't be easy. I mean, one of the connectors is pretty limited in where it can be placed. It has to be placed around here so it can see this source and this destination point. From a position like this, how would it disrupt that beam? There just isn't another target in a convenient position. Yes, I can't get a good angle on this one from the inside, can I? Except arguably here, but this is the beam that we need to disrupt. If there was some clever way I could get my past self up here, that would solve everything. But I don't think I can, and I think the whole point is that I can. I might be able to reposition this such that it's easier to interfere with. Does that help? Not massively, actually. Because where is it going to go? There's not a target on this side, is there? No. Excuse me. Oh, I think I see. Oh no, maybe not. I was just thinking I could probably get an angle on that from here. Maybe I can't actually. No, doesn't look like it. I was thinking maybe I pass the beam through here and then up to there. But no, that doesn't appear to be a thing. I feel like we're in a sort of catch-22 here, where if I set this connector up to... If I don't set this connector up to bring this force field down, then we have no way in there. Because even if I use the other connector to bring the force field down, I would then not be in a position to bring that connector into there. But if I do leave it up, then I can't then bring this one down. And I have no way to alter its state, that's the thing. Not in the past, I mean. When I'm recording, I don't think I have any ability to manipulate this connector. Actually, that's not quite true. If I put it right on the edge, I could pull it down entirely. I wouldn't then be able to replace it. The problem then would be that going down. I take it there isn't an angle here that I could... No. I don't think there's any way I could keep that up. If I had an alternative way of keeping this up, then that would work, but I don't. Here's an interesting point that I can completely pull this connector if necessary though. Oh, but the angles become difficult if I put it this close to the edge. Okay, maybe I can't do that then. Okay, it was an interesting thought. Doesn't seem to work in practice though. Interesting. Looks like some sort of window that's been barred. Wonder what's on the other side. Or what would be on the other side. So I could definitely bring that force field down. That wouldn't be difficult. The difficult part is having this force field down and that force field down at the same time. I think this has been carefully positioned to prevent me from easily being able to disrupt this beam from in here. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that's the case. The only other way I can think to do it is to do it like I did in that other puzzle, where I'd put a connector in just the right place so that two beams would be trying to go through the same space. But to be fair, they would be travelling in the same direction. Oh, but they were on the previous occasion, weren't they? Hmm. But I don't think that's the intended solution. But it would end up over here, that's the problem, so I wouldn't be able to connect it up. Yeah, I don't think that would work. There's no reason this has to be up high, is there? I could put it down here. Oh, that would probably work. Probably. But the problem is it would be using the same solution I did to the other puzzle that we agreed probably wasn't intended, which makes me think it wouldn't be intended here either. Could this go all the way over here? No, not quite. Yeah. This has been carefully designed to prevent what I'm trying to do here. Which is fair enough. Because I need to be able to get into that area down there, it's very hard to believe that this connector isn't supposed to be suppressing that force field when I'm recording. But then that creates the obvious problem of how do I then lower it. I take it I don't have a view. No, I don't have a view of the blue source through here. That would have made things quite a lot easier, I think. This has been very carefully placed on the other side of this tower. Quite the head scratcher. The thing is, the obvious way to try and disrupt a beam remotely is using another connector. And as we established, I'm fairly confident I could do that, but I'd have to use the two connectors in a line trick I did on the other one, the other puzzle, which we agreed probably wasn't intended. If I'm not supposed to use that trick, then well, it is really not obvious how I disrupt this beam. I see a lot of back and forth, I'm not sure what's going on here. In what sense? As in how the puzzle works, or in what I'm thinking of doing? Because I'm a little stuck. Just moving around a lot. Yeah, I'm just looking at things from different angles over and over. Yeah, just trying to think how I'd do it. What else is in the second area? Any connectors? Not that I know of. This area is a gold star area. The sigil is just through here. All I need to do is get blue to here, and the sigil's mine. There's a recorder here. There's a platform here. That's how I got up here originally. And I have one connector. So this destination point will toggle this force field and that force field, and this one brings down this force field. So in principle, if I could have a connector in here, connected here and connected there, while at the same time I can't get an angle on this blue destination point from in here, but if at the same time I had another connector that was connected up there, And this was not connected anymore. Once I've done the setup in here, I need this beam to go away so I can travel through there. If all those things were true, I'd have the sigil. The problem is this area with the mandatory use of the platform to get up here, at least so far as I can tell, means that my past self can't get up here to move the connector. If they could, this would be trivial. Because I would just set it up like this to begin with, then after say 30 seconds, change it to that. And as long as in those 30 seconds, my future self had got in there and set the connector up and got out again, we'd be laughing. But specifically because my past self ends up trapped down here, it's challenging. And yes, I thought about body blocking this, but as you can see, it charges very quickly. This is why I'm wondering if you've been moving too fast to notice a second connector tucked in a corner or something. I highly doubt it, because if there was a second connector, again, this would become absolutely trivial. In fact, if there was a second connector, I wouldn't even require the recorder apart from initially getting myself up here. What do you think the recorder can be helpful for beyond the initial thing? Because it allows me to effectively get access to another connector, because I have this in the past and this in the future. Like I say, if I could get up here in the past, in case you weren't aware, I tend to use the words past and future to refer to the two copies of myself, because if I were to talk about the present me, then that's clearly going to depend upon how far I am through the plan, because the past me is the present me at a certain point in time, and the future me is the present me at a different point of time. So I just use past and future to distinguish those two. If I could get the past me up here, then, as I say, this would become trivial. That's how powerful the recorder can be. It's the fact that I can't seem to do that which is creating the puzzle. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to ramble so much. I'm pretty certain I can do it. It's just I have to use the trick I did before, which we thought probably wasn't intended. I'd have to set that connector up as it is now, and then have another connector in here connected up over there, such that it disrupts this beam. Although, admittedly, it would create the additional challenge that as soon as I place it, I'd have to dash through here to not get trapped. Why don't we try it? I just can't think of another way to do it, that's the thing. So we'll just use the fast forward to put plenty of time in the buffer. So grab this. That needs to go there, that needs to go there. This needs to go there, and I need to try to connect this up. Oh no, maybe this won't work. No, I won't get away with it. You can see that they would be in line, but the elevation's different. Okay, that's good to know. So at least I know for certain that that's not the intended solution, because it isn't a solution, it doesn't work at all. It's very notable how few areas have access to this blue destination point as well. Because one of the things I considered was, could there be some sort of fancy way that I'm able to pass a beam through here and then up to the through that window into here and then up there into the destination point that brings this force field down? Because I mean, that could just be an instance of setting up a self-sustaining laser, as it were. That is a laser that suppresses the force field that lets the laser travel in the first place, so there'd be some initial setup. But then it would just keep going, but there isn't an angle. It strongly implies that at least one connector is in this central, this open area, because this is the only, or possibly up here, because these are the only bits that can actually see it. I also considered possibly setting up over here on the grounds that my power self could at least pull that one down. It wouldn't be a perfect solution, but it would mean that my past self could interact with the puzzle in some meaningful way besides helping my future self up. But as you can see, you don't get the angles to let yourself in there. Yeah, while we're here, there's a turret there, which is a little worrying, and there's a gold star there. But we'll worry about that when we've actually got the sigil. Can you not connect directly to the source in that small area and aim for the beam through the window? Yes, you mean through here and to here. Yes, you can do that, and that's the goal. The problem is that to get in here, I need a beam going to this destination point, but this destination point also brings up this force field, which stops me actually getting to the sigil. So as you can see, it toggles both force fields. That is a pain. So like I say, if I could get up here in the past, it would be trivial. Because I'd just leave the connector like this initially, take the future version of the connector in here, connect this up, and then my past self could then do this, and would be laughing. It would be done. But that's not a thing. So I have to try and find, I assume, some other way to disrupt this beam. And as I established, body blocking is not good enough. It's weird how complicated and simple this is. Yes, that's what Slubsum and myself were talking about earlier. This mod in particular does a really good job of setting up quite simple puzzles in the sense that they have very few components, which have very complex solutions. I've got a bad feeling this is going to be another one of those puzzles that ends up spanning 2 streams. But if so, then so be it. I have also wondered if there's something on this side that I can connect to, but I don't think there is. This is the crazy puzzle. Ah, this is when you said that once you saw it, you were stunned that the mod maker even thought of it, and that you hadn't seen this used by any other puzzle. Oh, is Poe Path of Exile? That's what I was trying to figure out. I've heard good things about it. That's one of the single-player RPGs that came out a few years ago, if I recall correctly. In a bit of a dark world. Or am I mistaken? Oh, 2011. Oh dear. That probably is the one I was thinking of, though. Oh, can be played online, solo, or a party. Oh, okay, maybe this isn't the one I was thinking of then. Fair enough. Interesting looking game. Anywho. I just had a thought. I can technically put connectors on top of platforms. We had to do that before. Although the reason for doing it before was was to get a broken connector on top of a pressure plate, which is a bit different. But it is a good point that that could potentially be part of the solution. Can I use a recorder while I have a platform in my head? No. Okay, that's interesting. I think... Oops, I should be here. I think... Actually, I suppose the question is, can I begin playback? No. What was I thinking? That's interesting, because I think that means that only my past self could have a connector on top of a platform like that. I think I see it. I think I see it. Hold on, for this to work, then this height, I suppose I could jump. I'm just thinking, I think this height would have to be higher than the bits around it, like here and here. The bit of wall above. Let's find out, because I don't trust the first person view entirely for that type of thing. I think it is slightly higher. Is it going to be slightly higher enough, though? Maybe. It's possible. It is possible, actually. I think I see the solution then. Let me just think this through. So, the past connector is just doing this. The future connector... Oh, it doesn't work, because the future connector would both have to be used to open this, but also I'd have to get it on the inside. Darn. I was thinking that my past self with the connector on top of their platform could hold this open long enough for our future self to go in and set things up, but of course they can't set things up if the future connector's tied up over here, keeping the force field down. Yeah, that was a bit silly. Sadly. I do think it could be something like that, though. The trouble is, as we've discussed before, I can't really swap the connectors temporally. I can't have the past connector to being the connector that's in there, because then I can't get into it to grab its future duplicate, as it were. The connector has to begin on the outside of this area. This would probably also be possible if I could get the past connector on top of my past self. But I haven't the faintest idea how I'd do that. Actually, I may know a way you could do that, although it's a little creative. The problem is I wouldn't then be able to work the recorder. Why don't we try this idea I have, if just at the very least to see if this technique would even work. Wait, I should wait here for a moment. Then I head up here. May as well just stand here then. Nope, didn't work. That's a shame. Of course, it could have been, the idea might have been sound, but the implementation not so. But I'm inclined against that, since I'd specifically be trying to defeat the way that the game developers designed the game. I don't know, just somehow I do like the idea of putting the connector on top of the platform. It feels out of the boxy enough that it might just work. But what would it gain me that just having the connector in the past on here wouldn't? Very, very little. I suppose it's the fact that I could back off and potentially break the connection here whilst leaving the other two connections, which is great. Let's see if that would even work. Put myself up here. Okay, back down here. Stand here. Now perhaps back away a bit. Back away a bit more. Back away a bit more. Oh wait. Hold on, I made a mistake. I should have at least ferried myself up there to begin with, which I'm not sure I remember to do. Maybe I did. Oh well. I've definitely allowed time for it this time. On this occasion. Right. Oh, I think I'd have to be over to the side, which is fair enough. Okay, let's make that happen. Why do I even want this? I don't suppose it matters that much. Actually, let's not have this doing anything yet, so that we don't have to worry about interference, because that's not what we're testing right now. Right, let myself up. Wonderful. I'm gonna wait here a moment so that my future self can do the setup. And we back off a bit. Back off a bit more. Back off a bit more. Back off a bit more. Oh, I'm standing in the wrong position. Never mind. No, it does matter because I dropped the platform. Okay. Ferry myself up. Wonderful. Wait here for the setup to be done. Wonderful. Head over here this time. Wait. Back off a bit. Back off a bit more. Back off a bit more. There we go. Right, let's see if this even is possible. Not quite. Close, but not quite. Alright, that was a test well worth doing then, because at least I could rule something out. It did make me think, though, that of course I could have the connector down there, creating connections that go nowhere just to interfere with things. But the problem with that is I really do need things connected up. In the past, as well as the future. Oh well. It's a pity, but yet another puzzle has defeated me at the end of a stream. So I think we'll finish there for tonight. I hope you all enjoyed it. I'll be streaming again tomorrow from 4 o'clock British Summer Time, and we'll be continuing where we left off. Other streams coming up are going to be Monday and Friday. I don't know, but I suspect we'll probably finish Rebirth tomorrow. Could be that I get so stuck that doesn't happen, but it feels like we're more than 2/3 of the way through. I think for the next game I may actually do Baldur's Gate 3. I was in two minds about it, but I'm starting to warm up to the idea a bit more. That would mean Legend of Corandia will probably be the game after that. At least that's my current thinking. That could of course change. If anything changes regarding my streams, if one of them doesn't go ahead or gets moved or what have you, or I decide to do an extra one, I'll announce it on our Discord server and on Twitter. So, thank you for coming, everyone. I do hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.